All right. Let us begin. Hey, Cybelin. What's up? Hey, Calcifer, thank you for the 9 months. I am already dead. Oh, maybe not. Dude. The giant hitting the ground staggered my feet. Like, it slowed me down. Like, I thought I'd be able to run away from the other guy, but I got slowed. I got slowed by the other giant, like, shaking the ground. I actually thought I was fine there. You can go up the log. I mean, you just run into an invisible wall, but you can go up it. It's fine. Oh yeah. Yeah, so bosses, until you make a character, boss AI, like, doesn't work for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why it works like that, but I thought you were taking a break today. Well, I'm clearly playing Dark Souls 2. Do you want me to justify why I'm playing Dark Souls 2 to you or something? Can you not just, like, be happy that I'm playing Dark Souls 2 again? It's just like, what, like, why, dude, why is it always why this, why that, why, I should just ignore fucking every question in chat, man. It's an innocent question. Yeah, it's just, I've been asked this shit like 10 million times, dude. I just, anytime I don't even want to, like, explain myself. I feel like people are just gonna take it the wrong way. You know, it's just, as I've been streaming a long time, and sometimes, you know, I don't know what I'm gonna do the next day. So it's like, oh, I might take a break from this game tomorrow, and then I decide to play it, and it's like, the entire stream is, why are you playing this? I thought you weren't gonna play it. And it's like, okay, well, clearly I am playing it. What is so confusing? God, I just don't, I don't get it, man. don't get it. I don't know, man. Maybe just being a streamer isn't for me. Like the repetitive questions sometimes drive me fucking crazy. I've been streaming for 10 years, but it never gets easier. It's crazy how good the AI is in this game at the AI. I mean, it's AI obviously, so it's crazy how they could shoot you. Like if they see a crack through a fucking hole in a wall, like a tiny little crack in like a plank in a fucking wall, they will manage to, the AI knows that they can shoot through that shit and get you. Like that freaking enemy there. I feel like it shouldn't have even been able to hit me with that orb there. It really is crazy what the AI, like how they manage to hit you sometimes. Yeah, we need to go to, I need to move this thing to the side. Hold on. There we go. Dude, it was like it was the perfect distraction because the horse, like I didn't want to run forward into the horse, but I didn't want to go. I don't know, man. The randomizer is evolving. I feel like I've been pretty unlucky with some of the drops though at times. Well, the drops and the enemies. Dude, it's the only thing that frickin' spawns in my game is DLC enemies. I'm dead. Oh, no. What did I get? Pants? Oh, blackweed. Oh my god, that... You know, there's a first for everything, chat. I'm scared to ask a question in dis chat. Yeah, you should be. I get so tired of repeating myself like over and over and explaining like things that in my mind should be like super obvious. And like, I know maybe I'm a bit like in my mind it's obvious, but obviously to somebody who doesn't fucking play Souls games for like thousands of hours, or I mean, it depends, but like sometimes I may be a bit harsh. But a lot of the time it is really just stupid ass questions. Like that could be figured out with just like an ounce of thought, or just questions that don't even really need to be asked. And obviously I should just like not fucking say anything, but also I think I forgot to use the Soul of a Great Hero in the last run. That's okay though. Why do you just not answer them? Because I feel the need. I don't know. I just feel this desire in my soul to fucking say something. It's like I just like I just read the fucking message and I'm just like, how can this person I just like I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Yeah. Yeah, the crow drops are random. Reach to others. I think I should ask Pirate Software for advice. He knows everything, so. I remember, dude, there was like a guy, I was struggling to figure out like a speedrun strat, and somebody genuinely came in and was like, you should message Pirate Software and ask him because he's really knowledgeable about games. It's like, dude, fuck off.
Are you
like, I'm on the list. Yeah, I clearly need to ask Ella for advice. He is the master of the challenge. I bow down to Ella and his 222. Sleepy. Salad still has to do Golem permadeath. God, why did you agree to that, Salad? Wait, is it just a playthrough or is it permadeath? Jesus. All right, what do we got down here? Come on down, big man. No? Well... Oh my god, where the fuck did that guy come from? Like, are you serious? Where was that guy? Did any of you guys see him? Because I didn't. Can somebody clip that? I'm actually like, I gotta dodge. Okay, I was looking for the other portal that spawns, even though I'm 99% sure that attack just doesn't work in the randomizer. Like, it never actually spawns a second portal that like fires at you. I was looking for the second one, and I thought he was still in the portal attack. I didn't even see him fucking do that. Like, I don't know. I'm really not that locked in, but... No, it's not fixed, guys. I didn't get hit by the portal. No, that wasn't even unlucky. I think I was just fucking spacing out like an idiot or something. Yeah, see, the thing is, I was like looking around, and I think okay, here is what happened, chat. I was looking, my eyes, like if we had like an eye tracker, my eyes are like looking around here, looking for another portal, right? And then I look back at him, and I just see him, I see the arm up in the air, but then the portal's there, and I'm like, is he still portaling? And then I keep looking around, and then this fucking, I don't know, I got confused. Like, I didn't see him lift his arm. I don't know, I got so confused. Hey, Quantum, thank you for the 17 months. Hey, Sam, thank you for the 6 months. Yeah, I don't think that portal actually works. Missed the old patch. Honestly, dude, I'm just not locked in enough. I'm just like farming deaths at this point. I just don't really care. Like, I mean, I want to finish the run. But I'm also, I don't know. I'm just, I don't care that much about like doing it this instant. I feel like I'm just gonna frustrate myself more if I try to force it. We got a bow to start. Oh man, I wish the gifts were fully randomized. That would be so fun. I don't even like, I used to be like excited about the gifts, but now I just don't give a fuck. It's like, yeah, just give me the best thing that you got. Hey, Heavy, thank you for the 5 months. Like, ooh, is it resins or a soul or is it bright bugs? Man, I don't know if I kind of want to loot Betwixt early, because I feel like it has a pretty high odds of a key spawning here. Like the blacksmith key. The random stats for the different classes was cool with other rando. Wait, you know what? Technically, we could do pseudo's rando with that. Well, like, because the thing is, the rando wouldn't crash anymore because of the memory limitation fix. So technically we could do pseudo's item rando now instead if we wanted to get the different, like, oh my god, it's a fucking miracle. Finally. Finally we get the branches early. Dude, I played for 10 hours yesterday, and I never found the branches. Not a single time.
Are you?
It's crazy, man. Key overlay doesn't work. I don't think branches are in the overlay, but I also don't think the overlay is on. I always forget to turn it on. Well, the thing is, I wouldn't like the branches being in one pile is not. It's not like how the game should work normally in the first place. You know what I mean? Dude, what the heck is going on over here? He just tried to parry me, dude. Oh my god. How difficult is it to make sure enough of them spawn early enough to not soft lock? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. What the heck was that sound? What is that? Oh, it's a gargoyle. Oh my god. Not bad. Do I need to pick up every item in the game to finish? If I get unlucky, yeah. In my PB run, I basically had to pick up every item in the game. It was kind of brutal. Alright, we have a life ring +3. I'm gonna buy one of these poison moss, actually. The branches shouldn't be randomized? Why not? Why not? Hey, buddy. We don't gotta fight. I think it would be more fun if they weren't stacked at all. I agree. I mean, I think that's how it should be, considering that's how it is like normally, you know? I mean, in the base game, the branches are all separate. You never pick up like a stack of them. Why would you not keep the same weapon if upgrade materials are so rare? I mean, I'm not throwing the weapons away. I'm just, oh, this is awkward. Well, alright, I mean, I could maybe kill that guy. I think we're just gonna want to run through this area here. Maybe loot. I think that's a bad idea. I think that's a bad idea. Also, that frickin' purple orb can go for like miles. The thing is, there's so many items in the game already, Salad. Like, and the thing is, you say you're not sad, but that's like, that's how it should be, right? I mean, however many branches there are in the base game should be in like the rando, no? Can Leningrass Key be here? No. No, it can't. Maybe we shouldn't go into the I don't want to lose this run. We actually have access to the shaded woods. It's like so rare it makes me sad, man. Is that Dragonrider? Can we make him fall in the pit? Hey, buddy. Oh my. This is a bad idea. Hey, Murmur, thank you for the 14 months. I mean, however the guy who made the rando, however he set it up, like, logic-wise, I guess the branches are set up like a specific way. That doesn't mean, though, that like I'm almost certain that you can have branches randomized differently, because there's two different item randomizers for this game. Pseudo Stripey, like a Dark Souls 2 runner, made another randomizer where the branches and lockstones are all separate. You get them all individually. So, I mean, it is possible, but obviously his, like, algorithm or logic is set up in a different way. Oh no. Oh my god, man. Please. Surely this guy doesn't, like, hit me through the fog gate. Oh no. Yes. No. You fucking asshole. It's just, it's so easy for him to push you off the ledge. I hate it. I hate it here. Yes. Ooh. A rapier. And an old Leo ring. That's actually kind of funny. Hey, it's not an ice rapier, at least. Dude. You're fucking crazy, man. Alright, you know what? You're gonna die then. Oh, you're kind of tanky, though. That's fine. You know what? I feel like I could just make this guy, like, fall down, but... You... Come on. Yeah! No! Yes. Yeah, that guy was really tanky. Yo, Bear, thank you for the 12 months. Alright, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Farm him? He doesn't respawn, guys. Hey, buddy, I just want to loot the item. I'm sorry. Hey, Bear, Sully, thank you for the year resub. Thanks, man. Where are there enemies in Majula? There's normally like pigs, like little pigs in Majula. And so those enemies get randomized. Funny enough, those little pigs though, they can like upgrade. So like if you kill the little pigs in Majula enough times, they turn into like medium pigs, and then like big pigs, and then there's like an armored like boss pig that spawns, finally, or maybe there was one extra that I mentioned there, but that's the idea. I mean, it's not actually a boss, like it doesn't have a boss health bar, but I do have a branch. I wasn't really paying attention to what enemies are over there, though. Was it chill? Not really. Thing is, since I already got the branches, maybe the randomizer... Like, it's possible Leningrass Key could be behind that statue, I guess, since I already have the branches, logic-wise. Dude, some enemies are just so fucking cursed. I did set the boss spawn chance to 2% though, because I feel like you really don't see bosses enough. Like, it might make it easier in a way. I guess it just depends what bosses you get that spawn. I don't know. I mean, you say free souls, but I mean, an Aldia spawning in the gutter was like absolutely horrible. It's like, yes, it can give us more souls, but it can also fuck us over really badly. Oh my god, Flynn's ring? That's kind of nuts, to be honest. Oh man. Like, dude, yeah, you have to be like so careful. No PoE sponsor? No, I don't have any PoE 2 sponsor. I was sponsored for when it came out, but... Man... Oh my god, this place looks horrible. Holy crap. I thought I could strafe that. Damage is good. Dude, look at this! What the hell is happening? There's friggin' salamanders like charging around. Guy just flew to outer space. Hippos frickin' diving off of the cliff. Dude. Oh my god. Through the frickin' door? Oh, you bitch. I don't think spiders deal toxic. Where are you going? Hold on, coming back. Love how these guys can attack after they're already dead. Well done, Tanimura. I guess I'll just use the normal one. I really don't know what the best way to avoid the like arrow trap is when it spawns. A lot of the time I'll just roll. Oh, it's poison at least. I'll just like roll to the, try to go like behind the trap. Don't notice me, please. Why? Oh my god! Oh! Dude. I don't want to fight you. And maybe I should try to prioritize getting a bow for this area, because, I mean, you can just shoot the thing. Oh, ice rapier. Dude, the damage of this thing is so, like, the base damage of this thing is so crazy. 169. Oh! The fuck are you doing, dude? Oh my god. Dude, I'm going through too much healing right now. This is not okay. I need some dried roots. Can I open this door from this side? I can. Hey, Yui, thank you for the $4. We got souls from something. Yeah, we could say hi to Gavlan.
Who are you? I, Gavlan. Gavlan will, Gavlan deal. Gavlan wants soul. Many, what you want.
You actually can't break chests in the randomizer, Ruble. Oh shit! We got a Leningrass key! Let's go! That guy will stay sleeping, right? Oh man, the thing is we don't have a homeward bone, guys. I think it might... I really don't want to lose out on 40,000 souls. Oh, and I let myself get poisoned. Nice. Oh no. No! No! Oh. Why didn't I cure the poison right away, dude? I hate those fucking poison statues so much. I didn't think there was anybody there. That was such a good run too, dude. That was actually dumb as hell. See, the thing is though, it's like, I just don't... Like, I don't care enough. Like, I mean, I'm trying to survive, but I just play like a fucking... Like, I have no regard for my life. Like, even though I had a really good run going, I'm not like, oh my god, I'm so scared. I need to make sure I'm not gonna die. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't know. I wish I was able. I wish I could. I had a poison moss there. You know what, honestly, I think a lot of the time what ends up getting me killed is not wanting to heal. Like right there, I didn't want to waste any more life gems, and you know what, you want to know what my first thought process was there, chat? And see, this is why like I die so often. My first thought wasn't, I need to cure this poison. It was, I wonder if I can run to the bonfire before the poison kills me. That was my first thought. I'm not even fucking kidding you. Like, why is that why am I like this? It was like, oh, I'm gonna use a life gem. Oh wait, I don't want to waste my heals. Maybe I could make it to the bonfire without healing. And it's like, okay, well, rip 30 minutes and a really good run that I had going because I'm an idiot. I don't know, man. I can't help it. At least, yeah, I saved that life gem at least. Would I have been able to run past the salamander? Well, the thing is, normally the salamander's tracking is like kind of crazy, but I don't know. That salamander was weird because he, like, I thought he didn't really track me properly for some reason. He was kind of just like shooting fireballs in like a general direction of me. Well, yeah, normally the tracking is insane, but it seemed kind of like bugged out there. That was really stupid though. I really just, I need to spam heals and play like my life depends on it, because it does. It does. I feel like I can't get locked in when I'm in like the first few bosses. I just don't. I just don't care enough. It's so bad. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. That was honestly such a good run that we had going there. Like, honestly though, Rapier's kind of boring, so whatever. Guys, you already saw Ella use the Ice Rapier for like 20 hours straight. Do you really want to see another 20 hours of it? Yes. Aren't you swapping weapon after every boss? Yeah, well, okay, so what I decided, Salad, is that I'm not gonna throw away the weapon after I kill a boss with it. So like I can use whatever weapon I want for like clearing mobs and stuff, but once I've used the weapon on like a boss, then I can't use it for any other boss again. Because I think it's a little like, I'm just gonna ultimately avoid, like if I have a really good weapon, I'm just gonna not use it for any bosses and just keep it for killing enemies anyways. So this way, at least if I have a really good weapon, I can still use it on a boss and then, you know, still use it for like trash mobs too, I guess. I got stressed out after finding the key. Not really. I just wanted to go use my souls. It's a shame we didn't find any homeward bones. Oh man, that was the seed with the branch too. Dude, that seed was insane, actually. That seed was fucking crazy. We really should have tried to keep that one going. But, you know, is what it is. This thing has pretty good damage. 228. I mean, it's +2. Ooh. Yeah, come. No. What the? Oh. Alright, fuck this. God damn it, fucking Notchka. What? Where is this in it? Oh, Jesus. It's fine. We're fine. The hell you doing, Mytha? Yeah, yeah. Oh. Oh my god, a vessel shield? Hey, that's good. Well, we have a, I mean, Crimson Waters are actually kind of goated healing. They're pretty expensive though. Vessel shield is so good, guys. This thing gives... How much level ups is it again? 13 or 14 level ups? It gives 1, 2, 6, 10... Yeah, it's 13 level ups you get. We're fine. Alright, well this isn't bad. I mean, Vessel Shield. And we got some resins. Got 4 Estus. That last run that we had going was quite nice, but the healing was kind of grim. I feel like. I don't know if I checked. I don't think I checked Maulin or the cat though. Or maybe I did. Hell, I can't. No, I did, I think, didn't I? Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. I had 15 life gems. Didn't I have like 6 at the end of Wharf there? I don't know. I used a lot. Hello, 2 Angle. It's going pretty good. I gotta say, I think I like having the boss percent at 2. I think it makes just the areas more interesting. Like the bosses definitely. Well, they're the most unique. It's nice seeing a boss from time to time. Mace. Alright, I mean, not bad. Ring of Steel protection, it's pretty good. Hey, Lychee Man. Alright, let's go try to explore the wharf. You bet all of your channel points. Sorry, buddy. Plus 8k. Plus 11k. Oh my. Oh, this area looks really bad already, guys. This is not good. Also, I forgot to... Oh, resonant flesh. Oh my god, we got branches again? Oh no, please. Fuck is that? Is that Ancient Dragon? I don't even know. What the hell is even happening? Oh my god, this place is terrible. Goodbye. A good ring. Oh. Ring of Blades +2 is basically a Flynn's ring, except it's unaffected by, like, equip load. Look at this fucking guy. This isn't the house I wanna... I don't wanna go in there. Oh my god. No. Can't remember. Is he actually able to split? I wish I had lightning. Can I poison Dark Lurker? Oh yeah, normally he bones or he splits. He splits into like another enemy. Oh, that could be really bad. The thing is, well, actually, we could go to the Shaded Woods. So. We do have the branches. Could use the axe. The problem is it's really, really heavy. No, we didn't get Leningradsky yet, but it could be up here. I don't think I've ever seen it up here, but I think it can. Can you swing it more than once? I don't know. Good question. Yeah. You can keep sleeping. Oh my gosh. Can that guy even get out? All right. Penal skirt. Does this do anything? No, Get my 1 Estus back. Oh, you know what? We can actually buy the Chloranthy now. Never mind, she already left. Okay, I guess she is in... She's in the fucking void right now. She's outside next to the guy. You have to... I already gave her clothes, though. Oh, see, this is what I mean with this frickin' NPC. It's like... I always get confused. How it works. I thought I did talk to her, though, no? Guess not. Dude, we have like such a good loadout of rings. It's actually kind of crazy. Alright, whatever. I got everything I needed from her. Really care. We've got a lot of pretty solid weapons right now. Yeah, there's logic for the randomizer, obviously. Otherwise, you would just soft lock all the time. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh, be careful. Alright, well, we should... Maybe let's loot Betwixt. Maybe we'll get lucky and find the key there. We have 3 shards. I don't know if I should, if I should use this or not, or just run back. Wait, you can backstab these guys? Oh. Oh my god. He's not gonna run at me, right? Oh my god. Okay. One magic bolt. Wow. Ooh, a bone dust though, that's good. Just get my Estus back, I guess. $30-minute mark, yeah, and we still haven't even been into the forest yet. Oh, I didn't want to aggro both of them. Nice. Yeah, salad. Just chill. We gotta be careful here. It's a mage. And that's fairly chill, but I don't really have many throwables. There's no way I can hit the thing with this. With any of my weapons, really. Well, I guess I don't really need to. Is that enough? I think if you jump like this... Nice. This is still really fucking cancer. God. What's up, Zaz? What the hell is what? Oh no. Oh no. Is there an item down here? There's like an item over there, but I guess not. Alright, well, no key here. Oh yeah, if you kill the knight, then you get an item from the handmaiden, but I wonder if that could be a key item. You know, I was wondering if that would happen. Here comes fuckboy. Yeah, the hedgehog can do so much damage to you. Dude, I know, Salad. Like, was I just in... yeah, this luck is crazy. And, I mean, look at my rings. +2, Ring of Blades, Steel Protection, Chloranthy, Life Ring, +2, Vessel Shield. It's like, these past 2 runs have been kind of insane. But don't worry, we're gonna die soon, surely. Anyways. We lost the Fragrant Branch run. We have more Fragrant Branches, though. We got it again. Did I get the item from the old ladies? Of course not. I forget everything. Like this bone dust. Hey, Taka. Is Sanso still going? He just ended, I see. I figured as much since you're here now. Okay, wait, what do we have? Alright. 2 giant fuckers. Maybe if I... And there's no horse, at least. We can avoid that guy on the right, actually. That's good. Okay, I mean, yeah, I know, I forgot to use the bone dust. This axe is actually pretty good. But it is +2, so... It is also kind of slow. Yeah, it's pretty slow. I don't know. Maybe we all right. We need to take this incredibly slow. Yeah. I don't know, dude, I don't even want to try. I'm gonna die, man. I'd rather go back. Maybe we go explore like the Shaded Woods a little bit or something. But the thing is, we need to find the key. Leningrass key. So like, I mean, it's either Wharf. Hey, Mokotaran, thank you for the 10 bucks. You're in the middle of a challenge, and I don't want to interrupt, but there's a new game called Shelldom, and it's like Jump King, but way harder. Sounds cool. Yeah, thank you for the 10 bucks, Moko. And Mikey, thank you for the 74 months. SSJB Giuseppe, thank you for the 3 months. And Choice Metal, thank you for the Prime sub. I mean, it's pretty high odds that... Oh my god. Dude, that could have, like, almost killed me right there. No, you don't. No, you don't. Oh, God. Alright, we already looted this. This area was so bad, though. Oh, this is such a rough position, guys. Honestly. Hey, as long as that guy is not coming out. Oh no. Such good damage. Man, this axe is frickin' shredding, though. Big fan, big fan. Dude, it is so dark here, though. Oh. Please. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go back. I mean, we just got another 60,000 souls, so we can level up a little bit. I don't want to get some Vit. I don't know. I need to get a lot of stats. I mean, we've got a little bit more HP now. I guess we can go explore the Shaded Woods. I mean, we're not gonna get... Maybe we should try to go kill whatever Dragon Slayer is. Because there could be... Leningrass Key could be there. Let's go see what this area is like. We can talk to, Vangarl. I'm really enjoying this, this weapon's really nice, though. Duramax. You still think one weapon per boss is a good idea? I mean, the thing is... Have I even died inside a boss room yet? Apart from, like, the Dragonrider room? Maybe there's been a few times, but I feel like almost every time I die, it's not really because of the bosses. Ooh. This place is so confusing. Yeah, it does do really good damage with backstabs, for sure. How far did Sanso get, by the way? Hey, Hot Dog Lips, thank you for the 29 months. This is how he was doing at the end. Oh boy. Gonna have to see this. I'm lost. Dude, this axe is so freaking good. I'm like pleasantly surprised with this weapon. It's quite a good weapon. I think there's like one more item here, unless I already looted it. looting this place is freaking miserable. Maybe we already got it. Yeah, I know there's the chest, but there was one more item, chat. I just looted it. It was a great lightning spear. Great resonant soul. It's a lot of magic here, actually. The thing is, the rando, like, never fucking gives you catalysts. Like, there's just not that many in the game, so I think the odds of getting one are, like, really, really low. Alright, hold on, let's see this clip of Sanso.
Okay, I'm done.
Nice. Not gonna see him for another 4 years now. Alright, let's not jump out the wrong window here. My goodness. Dude, axe backstab damage is insane. Sorcerer's Twin Blade as a catalyst. Oh, we have a staff as well. Yeah, the strong attack is a catalyst. I don't think it's very good though. Oops. Oh, the ward key. Can access double cats now. Wow. Do you see the Miyazaki interview on Dustblood? It's a pure PvP game. That's not really what I got out of the interview. I mean, they specifically said that there will be PvE focused objectives in the game, but not always. I don't know. I mean, I'm still gonna try it. I'm not as excited as I would be over like a new like single player IP for FromSoft, obviously, but still gonna try it. I'm gonna buy a Switch 2 for the game. Not specifically for the game. I mean, there's still other games on the Switch that I would like to play, potentially. I mean, if they make another, like, 3D Mario game, I would be pretty excited for that. I don't think there's anything announced yet, but, like, a new Mario Odyssey would be pretty cool. Aldia key. Hmm. Yeah, the new Donkey Kong looks fun. Hey, Janosch, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, and thank you for the 3 months as well, man. Thank you very much, dude. Soul Vortex. I think we looted everything here. Except for this item. We have 5 homeward bones, that's good. We're gonna go take a look at, oh wait, did I get the chest here? Nope. Alright, now we got everything. Towers have items. I already looted that, guys. Pay attention. Do I have any gold pine? Well. This is weird. Wait a second, I don't want to use... Well, actually... I don't really want to use... Hold on. I'm gonna quit out. I don't want to use the axe here. I want to save the axe for something good. The tree item. I wonder if Najka is here. I doubt that the creator made it so like if Najka is here, the item could be. What weapon do we use? Little falchion action. I mean, to be honest, we can kill her with anything. This is like a really easy fight, so it doesn't really matter. Saestus. Saestus is actually kind of good, believe it or not. But the range is kind of ass. I wouldn't want to use Saestus here. Let's use the falchion. Whatever, there's plenty of good weapons, guys. It's fine. Do you have to get the tail to hit it? Oh yeah. What do we got? 2 bones. Maybe we should try to ride Najka. Oh, so unlucky. She gave me the good attack, but I couldn't position it properly. Oh, she gave me it again. Okay, I think we can ride her here. Hey! Shoot. I didn't see what I got from that. I wasn't paying attention. we have 10 Titanite shards. That's good. You can still use the falchion, just not for any boss. You know, I'll make a list of the weapons I use just so I don't get confused. All right. Give 40 HP, all in on the health. Get 1 more strength. We've got 1900 health. This is a pretty solid start here. This gives us 8 faith. Warlock is also 2 int. We could maybe go do Dragon Slayer, see what he is. Well, did Notch could just how? I don't even want to like aggro. It's so scary. Well, where did this guy come from? Enemies just appear out of nowhere in this rando so often, or just in this game, I guess I should say. I don't know if... Surely Strike is better against this guy, right? No. Apparently not. Okay, well, the lizard doesn't turn, so that's good. Hey, Navi, thank you for the 39 months. There's a desert pyro up there, kinda scary. It's a pig! Alright, I mean, it's possible we get Leningrass Key up here. Honestly, I think that majority of my frustration with the randomizer so far is really just because I always try to force going to the forest. But at the same time, we were able to explore more because we got the fragrant branches on this run. Could use the war pick. What is the move set? Oh, it's like a halberd. Yeah, I don't really like that very much. Might just use this. I don't really like the halberd move set. I might just use that here. Use this here. Oh, all right. Let's see what we got. Oh, oops. Attacking from too close. Oh. I wonder if Giant Lord's sounds are actually just like a cow with like audio adjustments. Hey, I need more lines. Thank you for the sub. All right. Well, I mean, we got more souls to level up. That's good. Get a little stronger. I mean, we have a good amount of ADP. I'm gonna get my dex up, actually, just so I can... I want to get my int up for Carhelion. I want to check what he has. What's up, Bubbles? I sound like I'm having fun with this. Yeah, it's kind of fun when you actually are past the first 10 minutes of the game. Hey, Pate, thank you for the 58 months. Well, did we loot the first item in... I wonder if we looted the first item in Betwixt. It's actually looking more and more likely that... Also, this is like an insane soul farm, I just realized. I'm pretty sure every time I rest here it's like 12,000. Yeah. I mean, I think we could kill Dark Lurker now, more likely. Still kind of scared, though. Hello? Dude, the backstab damage on the axe is just so good, though. More enemies here all of a sudden. Gentlemen. feel like I might need to bone soon. Are they finally at their leash distance? I don't think they can go past here. But I can't really attack either. Alright. I mean, I don't know. I have to take my time here if I want to be able to loot. Jesus Christ. Like, look at the health of these enemies. Crazy. Yeah, I think we looted in here, right? Oh yeah, because there was the dragon. Hello. Goodbye. Oh no, that's oil. Bro. What the fuck? God, there's two of them. There's three? Why? I can't. Like, it's just, it's so dangerous if I want to just try to fight them, but they can combo me so hard. Sucks you can't backstab these guys either. Oh man, I guess I'll just use the life gem. I really don't want It's not worth risking it. Come on, buddy. Because, I mean, all I need is, like, one backstab, and yeah, like, I kill these guys, but it's just... enemies in this game can combo you out so hard. Trying my best to play more patient. Hello? This thing has good durability. Okay, there is an item up here too. This ancient dragon is so weird. There's no item in here. I feel like we looted most of this place, but I guess there is a few things we missed. Did we talk to... I think we talked to... Oh, maybe we didn't on this run. It'd be nice if there was a bonfire, like, somewhere in the wharf here. We'll find the blacksmith key someday, chat. Old radiance. In the gutter. I don't think the blacksmith key can be in the gutter. Lost sinner. Yeah, come over here. Man, I love this axe. It's so good. Like, holy. The fact that it came pre-upgraded is like a big part of it, but... +2. Twin blade. Yeah, you can post it if you want, Robin. Sure. Is there any reason I'm toggling run? It's just because that's what we do in the speed run. That's what I'm used to. Alright, well, I don't know if there's any other items left. I mean, do we have... Oh, we don't have 8 int. Did we not? Actually, we might... No, I think we missed the one room, though, over here. Behind the cupboards. I already did that. How there's a random fucking guy from like who knows where just shows up. Oh, that was brilliant. Should have just rolled through all the pots. This guy like stuck. Alright, come on, give me the fucking blacksmith key, please. If it's not here, it has to be in the well. Well, actually, no, it could also be in the forest, too, because we haven't fully looted the forest. Alright, well, I'm pretty sure we've fully looted up Wharf now. That dino butt. What the heck? I don't think there's an item in here, right? Oh. I don't think there's anything in that room either. Making sure I'm safe. The only thing that we haven't done is... How many bones do we have? 5? We probably could have used one. Can you use your int hat? I don't know if stat boosts work or not. I can't remember. It's in the gutter. Mm-hmm. Surely. Well, we have 20 strength, 20 dex. We'll get 8. And 8. Well, the thing is, the super toxic fog gate area has 2 horses in it, so kind of scared. Oh, there's a thunder defense ring here. I mean, that could be good against the horses, I guess. I like still don't even want to go to the forest, even though I'm like pretty strong, level 83, but I'm still terrified. Yeah, I mean, we could try to go to the copse. I don't have enough souls though. I really don't want to go to the gutter. You just spend like 10k. Yeah. But I mean, doesn't change the fact that I don't have enough souls. Oh wait, did I get the lock? Oh shoot, you're right, I did get the lockstone. I don't have to actually pay her. Go rest at the bonfire, we get 12k. True. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like I could. That's actually so OP, like having enemies die like that. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could have just sat there for like 30 minutes and I'd be like level fucking 150 already. But I don't want to like abuse that too hard. Yeah, I mean, I guess after they die a specific amount of times, they would stop respawning unless I join the Champions Covenant. Man, Jesus. Oh, some life gems. Flame butterfly. Come. How much agility do I normally get? I don't know. I think I'd normally try to go for like 105 or like 110, or is it 106 or 110? I don't know, something like that. But that takes a lot of ADP. Man. Face tanking. Yeah, that enemy is really annoying. I should have baited him out. I was just impatient though. Oh my god, there's an Alana there. Yikes. She might flame swath me. I'm afraid she's gonna flame swath me, which will like knock me down. Okay, yeah, come. Alright, you know what, let's go. I can't go. My God. This is horrible. Oh, I thought he was gone. We just need to wait for him to go back like that. Okay, we got him. I don't really want to heal again, but I'm also scared. Oh, more lizards. Give me that butt. Ah. Did this axe, like, if I fully upgrade this thing, it's gonna one-shot these guys. Like, this axe is so good. It already freaking one-shots them a lot of the time. Is there any item? This tree has been protecting me Wait, is that? Oh my god, there's another Alana? Are you freaking... Dude, does she have a range limit on her flame swaths? Can't you backstab this guy? Ooh, bright bug. Is that our first bright bug? It is. Leo ring? I don't even have Leo ring, man. I have Ring of Blades +2 though, which is really, really, really good. And my axe is also +2. It came pre-upgraded. Those guys give a lot of souls. Do we have Undead Lockaway key? Oh. Would have been nice. What the? You serious right now, man? Oh, that works. Do I have a weapon that can hit this piece of shit enemy? That is the question. Ring of Giants +2? Hmm. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know like where to go, what to do right now. I'm not gonna go do Skelly Lords. Could explore the area a bit. Dude, Alana is just... We need to get rid of Alana, but... I don't really want to fight Alana. I don't think they chase out here. Or do they? I don't... Ow. I hate this fucking enemy. I don't really want to mess around with this enemy. Wait, you can backstab this guy, though. Forgot about that. That's where the gate is, right? Can you hit through? No. I really don't like that. Then there's a giant here. Fuck. I mean, we're not gonna do Skelly Lords right now, and... I don't know. We could go try to kill Alana, maybe. Really? Your bitch! Ouch. Oh, nice. That's really good. I don't know if she can be poisoned, but... Is the poison queen? Oh. Oh, the weapon's still not bad. This giant? He's coming. I think he's stuck again. All right, big money. Oh yeah, there's two of them. I already forgot. Oh god. I hear a horse. No, the bosses don't respawn. Kind of want to get more vit. So I can, like, wear heavier armor and stuff. Do any of these other ones have effects? Oh. All right. I mean, we could go try to go through the forest. I mean, I'm pretty sure the key is in the forest. You make the horses fall. I mean, I could try. It's just, it's kind of scary to do so, but we can. I'm gonna try. I mean, I'm gonna try to take this as slow as I possibly can. I'm gonna like clear out the whole area, because I do think, like, what I learned yesterday is that I'm definitely been greeting like too much, like trying to force my way through this section, and it's kind of not the smartest. Like, we really have to just take our sweet time here. I want to be able to bait backwards. Oh. Tried to roll there, but I mistimed it. Does this guy get poisoned? I figured he should get poisoned, but maybe not. Oh, there we go. Well, Smelter Demon is like metal, no? And he gets poisoned. Oh no, I kind of just consider that guy to be like a Smelter Demon in a way. Like, there's two horses here, right? So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna just go up and then jump straight back down. See if they follow. The horses are like giga aggro normally. I feel like somehow they might drop down like the other side. Lightning clutch? What? I assume you mean the defense ring. Alright, well, they're not... We no longer go here first. No, because I spent like 5 hours straight yesterday resetting here over and over again. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna back up. Just make sure it's only one horse. We can deal with one. Dude, where are you going? I like how the horse decided to go directly next to the poison statue. Just amazing. Well done, Tanimura. Okay, one horse down. Very nice. I wish I had like fall damage reduction. I guess I should take off. Some stuff so I don't take as much damage here. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna take our time here. Oh no. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We can kill this enemy. We can kill him. It's okay. Okay, that guy's gonna fall off. No problem. Oh, I think the big guy fell down. I think we're good. For once we could loot this place. Yeah, well, the blacksmith key is most likely here, so... Yeah, like I want to be able to loot this. Love how this guy only... Does this guy actually only have one attack? These guys are so annoying. I guess we didn't really need to kill him, we could have just looted the item. So the only thing, chat, is that we need to go... There is one more item on that ledge down there, but I don't really want to jump down yet. Oh god, my game is at like fucking 2 FPS. Bro, what the fuck? There's a fucking guardian dragon right there. Is it Guardian Dragon that does this specifically? I don't know, maybe I should download a cheat table and just one-shot the guy or something. I really don't want to try to spend 15 minutes like fighting this thing right now. And I can try to reload, but it's just gonna freeze again when I go, like, just the moment I load the area, it's the same thing is gonna happen. It will fix it temporarily. God damn it. Hold on. Okay, guys, it's time to say goodbye to Guardian Dragon. Oh, my game crashed. I tried. I wasn't able to hit him in time. It's time to say goodbye to me, apparently. Hey, Daxie, thank you for the 2 months. Okay. You know what? I wonder if this prevents it from lagging, actually. What? What? Okay, there we go. Jesus Christ. That's a fun room. Hi. Hi there. Oh, that's nice. Right through the wall. Classic. I'm gonna bait these guys back. I don't know if they come back, but I don't want to fight them in this tiny hallway. Oh, they're retreating. Goodbye. $666 damage. I will say though that the runs have been going so much better today. Now that I'm taking my I'm really trying to take my time. We have been pretty lucky though with like loot and stuff and the merchants. Like these getting this 4 set of rings and the vessel shield early on was like pretty massive, but I was just I don't know, man. I was trying to force my way past the forest fog gate, but it's so toxic. Like if you try to do that, you're just like RNGing the run every single time. Just no point. Ouch. I use a charm. You never know. The timer's just there for chat. Doesn't really matter. Hey, another Estus. Vessel Shield gives 13 levels. Gives 4 strength, 4 dex, 1 HP, 1 int, 1 faith, 1 endurance, 1 vit, or something like that. Vessel shield is amazing. Hello, Melentia. Soul of a hero. Let's buy some moss. Ooh, Jester's pants. That's good. That'll help for the pit. Am I gonna play Duskblood? If I can get a Switch 2, yeah, I'll play it. I'm not like as excited as I was about Elden Ring or anything like that, but could get 99 for another breakpoint. It's probably a good idea. Tiny bit more endurance. Creators have been up here in Germany since launch day and still not sold out. Yeah, maybe you're right. Oh yeah, Shard. Helm gives immunity to headshots. Oh, the bell helm? Is that what you're talking about? And I wish this game had like a hand lantern or something and not just the torches. It's just, it's so dark, dude. Maybe there's like a mod that adds that. Something. Sun crown. I guess, yeah, I guess there's a helmet that has light. But yeah, there's also cast light. I don't have cast light though, do I? No. What the? I like the Murakumo a lot. wonder how much a backstab does with this one. It's not bad. It's not as much as the axe, but... still pretty good. More Esthis, dang. Okay, normally I was doing like a drop there, but I'm kind of scared to do it. Just in case I fuck it up. Butterfly skirt. Oh. This has been pretty unlucky this run for the blacksmith's key though, I will say. We still don't have the soldier's key either. What the fuck is that? Well, at least he's not... At least he's not lagging. That one item from before. What does that mean? Well... honestly... yeah, I think we made a good call. That's what I was worried about. I might have just gotten, like, cooked alive there. I actually might have died there had I not boned out. Like, it's very... I feel like it's very possible I could have just died. Oh, that's terrifying. Okay. Didn't you say there was an item? No idea what you're talking about. Oh, back on the ledge? Yeah, there is. We can go for that later though. It's okay. But yeah, we do need to go back for that item. What's the backstab on this thing? Oh, wow. Oh my god, bro. Come on. Wait, do we have any poop? Poison is good on these guys, though. They're quite weak to it, I think. I could probably use the ballista. Yeah, it might even work on Vendrick, but we're gonna have to kill the basilisk. We need to be very careful for the smoke, though. This is gonna be sick if this works. My one black firebomb. Hey buddy, wake up. Come here, buddy. Come on, you know you want to. This is never. I'm never gonna hit this fucking guy, chat. Could have already killed him, but it was a fun attempt. I mean, we tried, yeah. Would have been nice if it worked. I don't know if I can poison him or not, but I'll try. This thing is basically a rapier. Durability is getting kind of messed up, though. We have plenty of weapons we can use on him. It's no big deal. This axe guy wants to come down. Did I do a bunch of checks? Yeah, I've looted every single area fully in the early game. And I went to Shaded Woods. Alright. Max level after the first area. Yeah, level 100 in Forest. Forest is like one of the most dangerous places though, just because the enemy density is like so fucked up here. One day we'll get the blacksmith key. One day. I mean, we got lucky with a lot of our loot, so... Yeah, I'm kind of scared of trying... I feel like I'm gonna die from fall damage right there. Yeah, we've got a pretty solid run going here. I'll take some life gems. Ah, there it is. I mean, I knew it was coming soon. It had to be. Yeah, I guess you actually have to trap yourself there. Is it just trapping yourself and then like coming back? I guess that triggers the reward there. I don't know if any of the NPC items can be like key items anyways. I'm like really scared of this enemy just because that stupid cloud like lingers for longer. Oh my god, another Vendrick? What the f- Kidding me? I mean, that's fine. I'll fight him. Show us? Show us what? No way this is 2%. What, you don't believe me? Okay, I really don't like when you do that, Vendrick. No, he's not respawning. It's just another. There's just another one. We had 2 Guardian Dragons and 2 Vendricks here. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. Yeah, 2 Alanas as well. Yeah, that's kind of weird that it's... that I'm getting 2 of them. So often. How does the axe do? Okay. We're almost there. More hits, I think. Of course, he pins me against the wall at the last moment. Nice. Classic DS2. Dude, it's my fucking nemesis. What if it's the key? We already got the key. I mean, this run will definitely pick up pace now that we have the key, and I also know, like, where all the item locations are a bit better than last time. Well, we still don't have Soldier's Key. Alright, let's go back. We can do Last Giant in a moment.
However,
No, I can still use the weapon for other stuff. I just can't use it for any more bosses. Well, like, actual boss fights, you know, like the bosses that are in the boss arena, not bosses that just spawn in the open world. Yeah, lockstones are good. Very nice. So yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been loving this Gurmax. I think we just upgrade this thing pretty far. Been a big fan of this weapon so far. I mean, it is kind of slow. We can get it to +7. The Black Knight Great Axe is twinkly. We have the Iron King Hammer is petrified. Spotted Whip. Yeah, we don't want to upgrade the Spotted Whip, but there's also the King's Ultra Great Sword, which we could potentially use. Also, Elium Lois. I don't know how good this thing is. It seems kind of weird, to be honest. It has bleed and only 110 counter rating, but yeah, I mean, I can upgrade another Titanite weapon. I just don't really know which one I would want to do. The thing is, we should probably go for a strike weapon. Like, we want a good... Wait, King's Ultra Greatsword does strike? Like, we want a slash, thrust, and like a strike, like a good strike weapon. Just so we can, like, capitalize on resistances. His axe is already slash, and Murakuma is also slash. Scorpion Stinger's kind of nice. I mean, we could put one upgrade into it. It's just one twinkly. The war pick is... Oh yeah, the war pick is strike, I guess. I do kind of like the war pick. I was tempted to just do, like, the mace. I mean, we also have the King's Ultra Greatsword. This thing's really heavy, though. Drakekeeper's War Pick is also pretty heavy. But we could do both. Why not? Screw it. Okay, well we need 25 strength. So we need 21. Yeah, I know King's Ultra Greatsword does strike. And then honestly, probably some more Vit. I mean, we're 50 strength while two-handing. It's just everything is so heavy, right? Like, yeah, I mean, look at how heavy I am with this thing. Fuck it. We'll get it to +4. I mean, this thing is gonna, like, shred. Because I think we could also bonk... I think we can also bonk, Does this pancake? I mean, it's strike. I assume this pancake's, like, the horses. Yeah, it's a lot of Sam, though. Test on the horses when you pick up the cliff item. I don't know if I really want to even fight those horses. Oh my god, we have damage now, chat. What the? Isn't the running attack on this the spin to win? I hate that move so much. It's so bad. Okay, wait, how much damage does this thing do with the backstab? Oh, whatever. Listen, guys, I'm scared, okay? These horses are terrifying. I don't know if this. I don't know if this pancakes him or not. It doesn't seem like it does. Like the Grey Club. I mean, it does stun him, yeah. The pancake is kind of nice. 3 twinklies. Walk is going crazy. Oh yeah? Yeah, I know I got 50 stones. Dragon scale. All right, let's see. What do we got here? I don't know what weapon I'm gonna use here, but if it's something super easy, I guess we'll just use like the pike. Or maybe the... What weapons did I use already? Falchion and Drake Keeper War Pick. Okay. What the fuck? Do I want to use Murakumo here? Not really, but... The charcoal pine should help a lot. I thought I had enough time. I'm so greedy. I shouldn't have went for that. That's okay. man. Can you poison this boss? I feel like the Scorpion Stinger would have been a good choice here, maybe. Try? The boss is almost dead, my man. There's no trying. Wow. Prisoner's Tatters. Alright. Goodbye, Murakumo. I mean, I can still use it for, like, trash and stuff if I want. Anyways, but... Alright. More large shards. Nice, nice. Another heal. We have 7 heals now? That's kind of crazy. Some more petrified bones. Oh yeah, did I not increase it to 4? Up. Bruh, are you serious? This fucking guy... I mean, it's like free souls, so I don't really mind, but... Dude, okay, this... We need to be careful. Because we can absolutely die if we get comboed out. Why do they both, like, okay, now he's... You know what? I mean, I don't know, I want the souls from Vendrick, but this is, like, really annoying. Okay, we can get some damage in for a sec. It's just, it's too risky, like, if they both try to attack me at the same time. Oh, this is great. Oh wait, oh, this is good. Oh my god, we did it. Okay. How much does the R2 deal? Wow. That's really good. Two attacks that deal the same damage as one. How does Tanimura come up with such brilliant game design? Dude, it's... You know, it's funny because, like, spin attacks in DS2 used to be good, but then they nerfed them. Like, across the board, I'm pretty sure. Like, it actually used to be decent to do an R2 and do, like, a spin. But now the spin just does the same damage as an R1, so it's like, what's the fucking point? And I forgot the fucking tunnel again. Motherfucker! Oh, every fucking time. I just always forget about that tunnel. Except for some reason my memory decides to remind me every single time I'm in the Homeward Bone animation. It's like, oh, you forgot the tunnel. Oh, great. Fucking, I can't do anything about it. Horrible.
Is
I don't have an Estus shard. Oh, wait.
Nest.
No, I do. Okay, guys, I think I might call it a day here. I wasn't planning on streaming very long today, but I wanted to do some rando for a bit. Yeah, I mean, we got a nice run going. But, it's like 6 p.m. I'm gonna relax tonight, maybe like go watch a movie, go chill out. I will remain happy that my run is alive and not dead. Honestly though, yeah, yesterday it was really like a wake-up call. Like I was playing way too impatient yesterday, which was causing me to just reset 10 million times in a row. It's just, I want to go fast, but like, you just can't. You just can't go fast in the rando. I mean, not like in a speedrun anyways, so. I mean, we had 2 really good runs, or like seeds going today. We got pretty lucky with drops and stuff, but I really do think like taking your time, like if an area is sketch, go anywhere else. And you know, sometimes you're gonna get screwed and like every area is gonna be horrible and every boss that's left is gonna be horrible, and then you know you're probably fucked. But like really getting those extra levels and taking your time helps a lot. It doesn't guarantee that you'll be okay, but yeah, I mean, today I was way more cautious, and I didn't just like YOLO in stupid situations. Well, the first run that we lost, I did kind of play like an idiot, or I was kind of greedy again as usual, but yeah, this run has been going well so far. Yeah, thank you all for watching, guys. Sorry for the shorter stream, but I'll be back tomorrow. I think I'm gonna stream Saturday and Sunday, and then I really need to take like a day or 2 or maybe even like 3 days off, and I gotta do a bunch of like IRL stuff. So. But I will let you guys know. I will keep you posted. Taxes? No, most of my tax stuff is done. There's a little bit of tax stuff I gotta do, but nah, it's just other stuff. Doesn't matter what it is though. But yeah, seriously, thank you guys all for watching. It's been a fun stream. Appreciate you guys all being here. I'm glad we were able to get an actual good run going today. Yesterday was an absolute fucking disaster. Like, honestly. Yesterday was so bad. And I was getting really tilted by chat because I was just dying constantly, and then chat was just telling me what I was doing wrong or what I should have done differently. It's like, I don't really want to hear that right now.